Hello, hello. Thank you for your patience. Sorry for being a little bit late. Moment to me. I have some tea steeping. Thank you, Nico. Hold on a second. Hello, Nico. Hello, Fyra. Hello, Dylan. Hello, Joker. I saw you in here somewhere. Yeah. How's everybody doing? Right. Hello, Corey. How's it going? I am late, I know. I suppose to tell you my business. No, I'm late for dinner. I'm sorry. I got up kind of at, also my bangs are a little bit creative looking, so you haven't eaten since, well, you should probably eat something. I was up and about and doing yeah. Important. Yeah, I was up and about kind of at a human time today and went out and got my meds and was being productive, and then at 2:30, 3 o'clock I just wasn't feeling good, and I took some Midol and stuff like that, so I am so I feel okay now, but I definitely oh. You're using me to schedule your day. You must be truly lost. Okay, so I was just gonna... Yeah, it's good. So I'm feeling okay now, but I was definitely feeling not super good all of a sudden earlier, so... I was not intending to start today's stream late, but here we are. Playing around a little bit with the skin tone here on the papa. That is not what I want. God damn. Can you just... Thank you. So I have a tracking number for my new keyboard set, and I'm just kind of Scott Pilgriming it right now, because I'm just I don't know when it's gonna actually arrive, but I look forward to getting it, because I might have accidentally fucked up my keyboard, and now my Y and my C button keep popping off, so Unity. Ready for Ramon AM. More so when he orders something and then he just immediately goes and starts sitting at the door. Also, my bangs are very special looking right now. Okay, 1 second. I'm just gonna grab my tea. 1 second. Oh, hello, Rosie. She's like, I'm coming up. You better watch out. I thought she was. And I feel like this might not be a satisfying response to your annoyance, Corey, but I feel like when you're talking about like negative numbers in a 3D space, it's kind of like, well, right versus left, right? But okay. Hello. Hi. She's like, don't worry, everyone, I'm here. I mean, maybe I do. Maybe I just have worked very hard at fooling everyone. Excuse me. Something else that we might do. She's just like, I just want to see what's going on. I just want to see what's up. Or 90 minus 90. I'm queer. I don't have to do math. Sorry, I feel like I have another. Oh yes. So I might. The other thing we might work on today, depending on how this one goes. She like. I mean, as you guys know, this is actually Rosie's stream, and she just lets me draw on it, so she's very kind for that. And a back holder. So these are like kind of like metaphorical swords. They represent the 3 people who betrayed him and sent him to jail for a crime he did not commit for over a decade. So I'm gonna color them like I'm gonna color them in a little bit more fantastically than just like swords, but we'll see how that goes. But yeah, as I said, defenseman, you mahir. I'm glad you're mahir. But yes, I would maybe like to start doing some page inks, depending on how we progress on this. Hi. Hi. So Jack and Rosie tend to be the ones who will just like hop up of their own accord. I feel like Loki has come up once, but that is very unusual for her, and like same with like Piggy is not really gonna hop up, and then Fern will kind of like scritch at my leg or chair when she's like, "Oh, mother, I would like some up, please." But usually if like Rosie's up here and Jack comes in and he sees her, he'll like turn around or vice versa. But I think that Rosie definitely has superiority when it comes to being on the desk while I'm here, so. That might be too fantastical right now. Hey, Rosie. I mean, I told you, Rosie, she is large and in charge. She might not be fully cognizant of what all she's in charge of, but maybe, we'll see. Also, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've held off for a really long time without putting any masks on this yet. And I've been trying really hard, so. But I fear that the time is coming soon. It's a good idea. Enlist other people to help you remember things. And what are you working on in Unity right now, Corey? Aw. That is true, Joker, but also I am their mom, so I get some level of extra voting power and such. Rosie's like, I'm just here for a good time. Miss Finch? That's a cute name. I mean, not as cute as Fern, but Fern's like, I'm Fern. Also, kind of, oh my gosh, that sounds complicated, Corey. It's annoying. I mean, it sounds like it could be fun, but not fun on like a tight schedule. Oh, excuse me, my goodness. Or on like a tight deadline. Little guy, yeah. I might argue though that Fern is a bit more of a people name, and Finch is kind of could be like a pet name, but I feel like the Bangs are just gonna be doing their own thing, and I have to be okay with that. Hey, yes, Rosie. Ah. Have you not had like a class since like it was due? Because that was a little bit ago. Not to stress you out, just that seems like something that our professor would have been like, hey, what's up with this? What's it doing? Oh god. I will say that if nothing else, I did not have to do a ton of group projects back in my program, because good god. So I'm gonna like draw on this pattern, and then I'm gonna be like, ah. I feel like past a certain point, you're like, you knew that you weren't getting this. I don't owe you this anymore. But also, I appreciate that dream logic where it's like, ah, yes, that of course that makes sense. Connor might pop in a bit later. Usually he's like in the stream a little bit later if he shows up, but yeah, no. When I have like school nightmares, it's more like college related, and that it's like for some reason I made the decision to go back and do more course load to get like an illustration degree or something like that, which is like you know, not really a needed thing. And then when I wake up, just like the biggest sense of relief that I'm like, I'm not fucking in school, I'm never going back. Oh. Are you having school nightmares, Big Smith? Yes, share with everyone your deep and personal academic nightmare fears. Well, by that logic, you don't have to go to class if you can't find your classroom. So you guys can see all my little pattern brushes that I have here, although some of these are very light. Me too. I definitely have a thing about being late, in that I'm always late. I feel like my kind of like even like in dream workaround for that sort of like stress dream is that like when I was in school, I even would be like, you know, I had some classes that I kind of just was like, you know what, I'm already like not really doing well in this class, so I'm just gonna focus more on the classes that I am doing well in and I know I can like get a good grade in, and we'll go from there. So in my dreams too, I'll be like, well, you know what, I'm just not going to worry about it. So I'm just kind of fucking around right now to see what feels like a cool pattern. Hello, Rosie. Welcome back. Rosie, please. Yes, the most crucial part of the stream. She's like, don't worry, I'm back. You can keep doing what you were doing. Somehow I'm not too worried about tainting Rosie's delicate sensibilities. Hey, Rosie? She's like, yeah. Do I want to do this to myself? Oh well. This is going to be a very fun and interesting thing for y'all to watch. Let's see how you do. Yes, Rosie. Is Rosie very loud? I should drink my tea and not just leave it sitting. She is quite chuffed. That is to say, pleased. No. That sucks, dude. Gender non-specific. Oh god. For the record, do not do that. If I didn't know better, I would think that somebody was doing something other than talking shit about Chat GPT and AI in the chat room, and I don't like that. That's right. A million years dungeon. Sorry, it had to be this way, Nico. Oh my god, what were we saying last time? A clanker supporter or something? I think that sounds like a good idea. Nico would give Robo an Oreo. How about that? I think that it gives Corey great joy to do such a thing. Nico? Rosie is just watching very intently. That's not what I had. Thank you. I'm wanting it to look kind of like overly complicated, so. Control S. It hath been saved. It's the sound of me just breaking my head off. There are no teachers, good God. It is a lawless place that you live. Oh man. I wish I could say that I did not understand, but yeah, I've been there, Corey. They're like, we have a life. Thanks, Dennis. Hey, how's your going? Send them an email just saying help. Don't cry. Yeah, I'm still not done with the sword part, but I'm wanting them to be kind of ethereal, so see how that goes. Do I dare merge it all onto one layer? No. It is kind of crazy to be like, yeah, this message my teacher on Discord. Not you doing it, just that that's like an option for reaching them. Maybe that was a thing when I was in school, but I feel like I don't remember that being a thing. How dark do I want it to be? Google everything. Also, there's something not incredibly reassuring of being like, just Google it. That's all anybody's ever doing. It's like, good God. especially considering the current state of Google, but let's not think about that too hard right now. Yes, if you're in IT, what makes you a good IT person is your ability to know what to Google and how. Yeah, okay. I am not familiar with Slack, but I do not have coworkers that I am in communication with, so I feel like I am the outlier. Don't be stressed. Oh yeah, wasn't there a Nintendo Direct today? I did not watch it also, that was very loud, I'm sorry. Is it worth watching? I guess that might be an unfair question considering, like... Tell me, is there anything that would interest me specifically? And know that usually there is not. Do they have any like announcements for games that are gonna be coming out with it at launch? Mario Kart World? Okay. Oh, excuse me, my goodness. Look at that shiny ruffle. Are they actually going to like do a new Super Smash version or like... Oh boy. Okay. Main thing I think of when I think back to like the camera thingies for like Xbox and PlayStation. Just don't get me wrong, my ex and I did have it for PlayStation, and it was definitely worth the cost, and they definitely didn't neglect to send us the thing so that we could update it for use on the PS5. But yes, it just makes me think of that it was in the one Paranormal Activity that they had like the Xbox camera or whatever, and as we know, that is the best Paranormal Activity. Yeah, God, I don't even remember what it was called. Opening up. Yeah, like kind of like a Disney store or more like a tech sort of thing. I don't know if I like this. That's okay. I will admit that I am kind of a sucker for those sorts of stories, but not necessarily because I'm like, oh my god, ghost confirmed. More just kind of like, because I'm like, oh, spooky. I like a little spooky, like video recording. I think they're fun. I want to play the VR ones. I just remember trying Skyrim in VR, and right at the beginning there's a cave you have to go through that has spiders, and they're not even like the big boy spiders, they're just like the regular size dog size spiders, and I definitely kind of noped out of that. Yeah, my ex played like all the way through it. Like he actually really liked playing it in VR, but he had also played through it like several times on different platforms as well, whereas for me, I had kind of played the beginning and that was about it, so. But yes, it is definitely a thing where like it is understandable that someone would get like vertigo or like motion sickness or just like, yeah. I did I did play a bit of like Minecraft in one of the headsets that we had, and that was entertaining. I feel like that's actually the thing I did the longest on it, which was still not crazy long, but I also do not really have a ton of experience playing Minecraft, so, you know, it was more just interesting to see like the scale of it. I don't know if I'm feeling his ruffle here. I feel like I'm going to have people explain Minecraft to me when I say this, but I'm just sort of like, I find that Minecraft is just not really cute, so. And I know that you can have like mods and stuff like that, but have you considered that I am like a granny when it comes to tech? I might have told this story already on stream, but, and I realize you don't have to play it with people, but I just remember when I played with like Fire and Big Smith and others, and we were all like, yeah, we're gonna like play in a world together, we're gonna blah blah blah, and we played for probably like 5-6 hours that day, which again I realize is not that long for like Minecrafters, but yeah, so I actually was kind of like, hey, I feel like I'm kind of getting the hang of it. I'm like building a thing, blah, blah, blah. And then the server crashed, and they're like, okay, I think we have to restart. I'm like, I don't want to play anymore. I am so much cursed that way. I will say that there are like things in Minecraft that are like kind of cute. Like something animals and stuff, but like just as an overall like aesthetic, I don't love it, so. Also, I don't know if you guys know that I did I was just thinking about this because I was digging through like a bag of stuff that I have not put away, and I found like a Minecraft short story anthology from Dark Horse that I did the art for a story for X amount of years ago. And it's one of the few anthology things that I get residuals on, so that's nice. But it was definitely. Let's do a story time. Give me 1 second. It's too late. I've distracted myself. I will be back in a moment. Also, I wish. Nico. Also, I keep forgetting I need to go in and like update my thing for the public lending record. That basically gives you residuals from people checking out your books in the library, because I think I need to add like Harley and Aja. So I should probably actually do that. Yeah, so this is I mean, honestly, I do get like, when I get because the PLR basically sends out like yearly like checks. Yeah, no, a lot of people honestly don't know about it, and I only knew about it because like somebody did a Twitter post X amount of years ago, and I was like, okay, I'll do that. And I've like had years where I actually got like a decent like little sum of money from it, so I was like, but yeah, so this was the book. It was backwards. Hold on. Oh, let's go and switch over. Oh. You went all the way over there. See what you doing. Hold on a sec. This is doing something funky. Oh, that's not the guy. Everybody just pretend that I didn't have that talked up for some reason. Also, I'm going to be annoyed now if I go back to the other window. It's fucked up over there now, but oh well. Yeah, so this is the book. You guys, finally gonna get the best viewer. Get 'em, mods. Ah, Twagsy underscore. Are you being very serious? Oh, they're cheap viewers. Wow. Best and cheap. You know what they say. You can have something fast, cheap, and good. And I think that's the whole saying. Sorry, it gives me some... Yes, also if you're not familiar with the adage, it is, you can have something fast and cheap. No, wait, hold on. Point being is that you can only have two of them, and I feel like I'm messing it up. If you want something fast and cheap, it won't be good. If you want something good and fast, it won't be cheap. And if you want something cheap and good, it won't be fast. Although, I feel like that one's a little bit more. Maybe not, but yes. So yes, this is Minecraft Stories from the Overworld. And this is Cyrene, who did a cover for this one. And this is from like X amount of years ago. Well, y'all should charge more if you can do the fast and good. And the story that I did was with Ian Flynn was the writer, and Triona Farrell did the colors, who Triona is just like S tier colorist in comics. So this was one that like didn't have any like talking in it per se. It was all just like images. So it was one of those things where I'm like, I don't know, it was a bit weird because I was like, the script is like all like just acting direction. There's no like talking or whatever. And I am not necessarily gonna show you in the way to be like you can 100% see everything that's going on, but like I wanted to do like, I did like the villagers and stuff like that in a slightly more realistic style. That because I was like, I think the villagers are just really fucking ugly. So I was like, how do I make it kind of like not ugly? Uh, but yeah, basically about a dude coming to the island and like getting brought in by the villagers, and then this is the thing I was gonna show you. Is like I could probably show you a little bit easier on my computer, but like drawing all of the like mobs in a more realistic style was pretty fun. If I could get the camera to focus. 10 past 5 or 2500. Yeah. Just like you're making me think harder. Oh, I was like, did I say something? Like, I don't know. This is like when they're like, and then, you know, they have a big like prosperous village. No, there's no talking in it. That's why I was like, so like the script has like directions in it, but there's no like actual talking. But like as for being like, there's a big, oh my god, sorry, I'm really mirrored right now. There's like a big prosperous city now. Hello, Rosie. Oh, thank you. And I'm just like, knowing what people can build like for their cities and stuff like that, I was like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I guess that's kind of related to what you're saying. Oh, then it's not quite. Honestly, it was kind of a pain in the ass. But that was a thing where like I was trying to make the environment still kind of like. Oh, did you see her bumhole? I'm sorry about that. I was trying to have like the environments still like look kind of like Minecrafty and blocky and stuff like that, but then have like the characters and like the props kind of more normal looking. So I don't know. I think that I did okay considering that I'm like, oh, yay! Everybody cheer for Corey. Considering that I was working just off of like kind of proxy watching other people play Minecraft. Fat as snap. The dankest snap. That is true, Nico. Yeah, kind of, but also a little bit. I do try to think about where speech bubbles and stuff need to go when I'm drawing, but sometimes I'm like, the letterer will figure it out. I said, I've been good with not putting any correction layers on, but now I shall do it. Also, I will say, I remember that job being like, where sometimes writers will like, and this isn't to call out like Ian or anything like that, this is just more observation on my part, where like sometimes writers will be like, this is like a 12 panel page, and it's like, I beg your pardon. Each panel is going to be like that big. Yeah. Have a good session, Nico. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you when we see you. It's kind of cool. Too dramatic. Yeah, I did that was a cover I did for Mags, right? That was a while ago. But yes, thank you. I just remember that I drew her very bootylicious, so. Mm-hmm. So I still want to go in and like do a little bit more detail on the swords. I'm just seeing if I have like a color thing to kind of unify it a bit better right now. So I should put on some oonch music for this part. Also, I apologize. I have my lip piercing. I have both of them, what do you mean? Also, not me panicking and being like, because I have lost like the jewelry parts of some of my studs before, and I've been able to find some of them, but some of them were lost to the wood, so. Are you saying that? I'm Count of Monte Cristo because it's slightly rude, but fair game, I guess. Oh. That is fair. It's funny because I haven't actually had it that long. Like I actually passed my 1-year anniversary of having it in, like last week I think. So I'm gonna do any merch. I still have some of the cat shirts actually, so and I guess it will also depend on like what cons I get invited to and stuff. So in theory, I'm not sure if there's a more like streamlined way of like if I could make the shirts I have available like through my site or something like that. Because like the main like just because like the main thing is that like obviously it's something that like I have stock of that I would be like wanting to get rid of, so there's like finite sizes and stuff right now. Not to say that I couldn't like have more made, but just like for what I have currently, because I know that people had kind of said that they were interested, and like I could set up something through like Society 6, but not quite the same. That is true. Yeah, my when I was chatting with did I get you with a protein bar? I'm sorry. Rosie's like, how rude. Yeah, no, when I was chatting with my dad the other day, he was sorry, the people need their Rosie shirts. Also, don't put your booty hole on camera again. He was just asking me if like, you know, how, if I was being affected by like the tariff stuff or blah blah blah, and I was like, I mean, I don't really deal with actual real physical things, so not really, but that's right, you gotta, no, nobody could afford the cost it would be to deliberately see my cat's butthole, because it would be $1 billion, you weirdos. Rosie said, it's priceless. That's why I give it away for free. Such a kind soul, Rosie. I don't know. Well, now they look like very ghostly swords, and I am unsure how I feel about that. Oh, sorry. Once I finish this, I can draw more properly again. So as I said, I feel like the swords might be blocked out a little bit by the title, which was good planning on my part, but it's all good. Once again, I apologize for the intense protein bar ASMR. Protein bar ASMR. Do Not Pass Go was actually a comic that somebody commissioned me to do. So it was like they had a little like 3 or 4 page comic, and I just kind of like worked away on it around like my other work, which is kind of interesting because I'm trying to think if I've like done anything else like that where I did like a comic commission, because it was just like a thing that the guy had thought of, and like he might have used it for like if he like wanted to like have some like comic writing portfolio stuff, like he could have used it for that, but like it wasn't for anything specifically, it was kind of just for fun. So yeah, I think that answers the question. Yeah, no. Also, I think Joker is looking at stuff on my website right now, because I have honestly way too much shit on my website, and I am somewhat overwhelmed to go and like organize it again. Oh, excuse me. Which is why I have not like added stuff to it in like since Aja came out. Goodness, excuse me. Also with this like comic samples that I have on my site, some of them are only like a few pages worth of samples, but if they were like shorter things, it might be like the entire thing. Yes, I am being indecisive. Do not judge me. Yeah. Are you talking about the one cover I did where they're like hanging out, sitting on like one of their bed? Well, I think it was supposed to be Sabrina's. I also have another Sabrina cover that I went harder on than I probably needed to. But I was just like, yes, let me draw this. Thank you. I remember when I was working on that, I feel like I just like really struggled when I was working on those two issues that like looking back, there's some stuff that I'm like, yeah, I think that like genuinely looks really nice, like some of the like locations and like page layouts, because there was some kind of like fun action scenes where like Archie gets chased by wolves, as you do. But then like I was a little bit disheartened because I felt like I was really struggling to like draw Sabrina and stuff like that when I was like, oh, you know, that was a character that I like had wanted to do a series for and stuff. So I didn't really have anybody else comment on it, but I just felt like I was like, I feel like I wish I had done this better, or at least had an easier time working on it, because this was, I was working on it while I was working on Aja, so I was already kind of struggling with just like making progress on that. in the end, it doesn't even matter. Tried so hard and got so far. Am I being indecisive? Yes. You must deal with it. Still trying to keep the idea that I had of being like, I want to kind of do it as like the primary colors, kind of, as like my guiding color theory, color force. Loud water drinking cells. I think he's still looking pretty handsome. I feel like this needs to be bigger. Do I have a favorite drawing that I've made? I'm gonna say no, but not in a way that I'm shutting you down, if that makes sense. Are you still playing around with your, excuse me, with your homework there, Corey? Like, I definitely have drawings that I could say, like, that I would look back on and be like, I definitely feel like, I did good with this one. Because I would say, like, I think I did a good job with, like, the Aja cover. I think I did a good job with, I still like the cover for Nancy Drew, the one with all of them standing on the dock. Okay, so we can't merge this together. I see how it is. Okay, don't want to do that at all. And then also I would say that some of my like more horror art would probably also be on the list of things that I would be like, this is something cool that I did. I like it. Yes, we're at the effects part, aka we're going to be here for a million years. I'm sorry. I mean, here's a question. Oh my god, I was gonna say Miami Vice. The like Miami Vampire Green, or I don't want to be like, or whatever it was called. I just don't want to call it the wrong thing. Yeah, honestly, like I thought that one was cool, just because like I got to draw gore for it. But I will admit that I guess part of it was that it took me a lot longer than I wanted it to, and also I feel like it could have been better. So no, damn Corey, you're just having a time. It is also kind of hard to say with like stuff like that where I'm like, I feel like I could have done like better with it. Like I guess when I say that, I mean like, I think my main issue with that one that I did have that I feel like could have been better is like clarity of like the composition, if that makes sense. Because sometimes you'll start like adding stuff and then you're like, oh well, now everything is as much of a focal point as like everything else, and so it's all just kind of like blending together. And like I realized we were drawing a bunch of guys who are all like gross and bloody, but like you don't necessarily want it to like bleed together if it means that you're like losing visual information. So I don't know if it was something that anyone else was like, damn Jen, yeah, you kind of fricked it up. I also find that if I'm working on something for like a longer time, the chance that it's gonna get muddier as I go increases because I'm just like chair legging it, if that makes sense. And I don't always know when is like a good place to be like, okay, we're good, stop doing that. Because there's always one more Control Z that could be done. Yeah, well, and that's another challenge with doing like covers. And I realize this is sort of like someone could say and be kind of valid of you know, skill issue, I guess. But sort of that thing of being like, you are losing like basically like a third of the composition to where the title's gonna be. And I've had some people, like some clients who have been willing to be like, oh, we'll like move the title, it won't be at the top, we'll put it like kind of down here where there's a little bit more negative space, and like, you know, not a big deal. But generally you're trying to get it so that the title is going to go at the top, and you know that any information you put up there is going to get lost or confused. So you don't want to be putting important information up there, and I will admit, I think that is something that I struggle with, as you can see from the cover we're currently doing. But I also sort of have the attitude of like, it doesn't matter what I think, if that makes sense. That I can kind of be like, you know, I might feel this way about this, or be like, oh, I should have done this, or like, this doesn't look good. But at the end of the day, if like the client is like, no, it's good, I'm happy with it, then like trying to just sort of be like, that's the most important thing. And again, it doesn't matter what I think of it. Because you don't want to be like, yeah, here's this real piece of shit I did for you, you know what I mean? Even if you're kind of like, yeah, I feel like this is not my best. Did they sympathize with you, Corey? Or were they like, damn, that's rough, kid? Aw. Yeah, that can suck. Also, just from the point of view of being able to be like, yo, did you have this problem with this? Because it's giving me trouble. Especially if you have to like explain to somebody else what the challenge is with like a program you're working with or something like that. That's already kind of like might be challenging if they don't have a decent understanding of a program. Yeah. Is it just because you're putting like a lot of like elements into it, or like is it like you were formatting it in a way that like it could have been a smaller file? Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, so you just like have like a lot of elements going on in a loaded zone, I assume. Have you tried making everything foggy so you don't have any draws at distance? Just a consideration. Okay. I know that this is kind of like obscuring some of the detail, but I also kind of dig it. Y'all good over there? Okay, okay. Nice, apparently. Yes. There's already fog. Have you considered more fog? That is like the only thing I really know about that kind of thing of like that the draw distance is like, you know, the fewer things you can like have to have loaded at a time will like reduce that processing, but I also don't know anything about it, so do not quote me on anything. I mean, as I was literally just saying, I can definitely relate to being like, have I hit a point that there's just like a lot going on, or like, should I keep adding more things to it? Hey Chris, how's it going? I'm going a little bit later tonight, so you are here in a good time. What am I doing? I don't know. Howdy. Sorry, I just can't tell if I'm like liking this or not. It gives them like a ghostly-ish glow, but I don't know how useful it is. From 5 to 9, yes. Because I started later, so which again was not my intention, but here we are. Interesting. I don't know. I should probably just leave it. All the cool kids live in Ottawa. And my voice made that sound really ominous. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. You don't get that there. Here, like there was someone very cowboy-y. Small world. Unless that is not true, but it's still kind of funny. Where were you Friday past? That's true. That's funny. Imagine if they got up and sang like a cowboy theme song. Offhand, I don't know what would be considered a cowboy song, but imagine. I mean, if somebody got up and did like Ring of Fire, I would be like coolest person. Just because I really like that song. Okay. You can't sing some, Johnny? You should do that. Or A Boy Named Sue. That even though his father might have explained, he was still absent and kind of a dickhead. I'm pretty sure that's how that song goes. None of you are doing what I want. Also, I feel like everyone would be very surprised by that, Miss Charlotte, so that would maybe be a good reason to do it. It's not his last name. He's a cowboy. A cowboy. Don't know what that is. But that's what Chris is. Excuse me. Arnor. I think it looks better without the FX. Goddamn. I am laughing just a little bit because I feel like, despite this not being my goal upon starting out, I have kind of managed to walk this into the bisexual colors land like I always do. Is it possible for you to kind of like pare it down a bit, Corey, so that you don't have to commit to like quite so much work? That's a good emote. No, it's just kind of funny because like whenever I'm doing a cover, especially, no matter like what my idea is or like where I'm like I'm gonna do this, it sort of inevitably always becomes like a blue, purple, pink kind of color scheme. So, right, Rosie? Rosie, my posy, how's it going? Thank you for putting your bum in my face. It's true, I can't. Rosie, please. Miss Charlotte answer that question because she is the karaoke expert. 4 is too small. Didn't you say that you were like working on just like a chunk of it? Because you like that's the group project part of it, right? Or are you doing a larger chunk than that? I feel like we are getting to a point that I could be almost ready to send to the client. Is it just the first level? See, this is the kind of thing that I feel like I didn't like about having to do like multiple classes in school when I was in school. Because like to me it sounds like that's the sort of thing where I could just get like totally like focused on doing just like that project and like put a lot of energy and like effort into it. But then like if it was like, oh, but I also have to like factor in time for this and this and this and like all these other projects, so I couldn't just like put my best foot into the project I actually care about, is annoying. It's like, bitch, let me do what I want. Hey, Rosie. Whatever, I do what I want. Yeah, and that's the sort of thing, Kari, that I find I didn't really enjoy, because like even having some electives that like, you know, I actively chose to do, it took away computing power brain-wise from me being able to just like do the projects that I needed to do in a, yeah. No, well, and again, it sounds like it's like, I think you're having like fun with it. It is just like, it sounds like you are getting used to like the tech and like the process of doing what you are doing. So like, you know, it's like, shut up, let me do this. Don't interrupt me. Don't give me other shit to do. Just let me do this. I don't know. I still think it's pretty cool that like you, like, everybody pitched an idea to the class and yours got chosen. Like, that's like legit bragging rights of like, oh yeah, best idea. Making our way downtown, walking fast, faces passing them homebound. Hell's Coming With Me? I don't think I've heard that one. I will say that there's a few different like yeehaw songs that I got into because of some of the playlists. They were on like kind of Southern Gothic playlists that I was listening to, and I was like, you know what? I'm down. I'm here for this. That's okay, Chris. If it makes you feel any better, I went with Miss Charlotte to karaoke X amount of weeks ago, and I was not one of the good singers, so you know what? And now I should never return. I don't know. My threshold was that I was like, I'm just gonna, you know, I just want to actually get the guts up to like do it, because I've gone with Miss Charlotte at least once before and just been like, you know, there for like emotional support. And so, side note one, Miss Charlotte actually did 1,000 miles the first time that I went with her, and I was very chuffed, but also I was like, you sung the song that I like, but also it's so mean. And okay, I'm sorry. Take my fucking power friendship support elsewhere, I guess. White Chicks, I do. White Chicks was my, like, hear me out guilty pleasure movie for a long time. But yes, the song that I wanted to sing was a Paramore song, and you know what? I realized that is already kind of like a bit of a undertaking. But I was like, I tried to choose one that I was like, I feel like this one is not as rangy as not as rangy as some of like Paramore's other songs. So I was like, okay, there isn't like any really intense like Haley belting parts. So because I did Hard Times, which I know the song. I sang it a lot at home by myself, but I was struggling. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a thing of like because I could hear myself on the mic more so than like, you know, when you're just like on your own or whatever, but just like something about it was like you know, I didn't really have like good breathing control because then I just got nervous and like, you know, so I felt bad that I was like, I was like, I'm so sorry everybody, thank you for not throwing me tomatoes and other such things at me because they probably would have been justified. So but for what it's worth, the crowd at Swizzles is very nice. And also, as I said, my goal was just to be brave enough to get up and do it, and I did. So, you know what? Yes. And I need you. And I miss you. No. I'm still licking my wounds. And I mean, to be fair, sometimes I will just sing on stream. I mean, you just got a free little clip of Vanessa Carlton there, if you were listening. I know, but then I did it bad. Oh god, no, I'm trying to think. I'm like, do I know any songs about cannibalism? I do, but it's a long song, and I'm not going to sing it because also it's kind of gross. It is a song by. Is it Avenged Sevenfold? You doubt it? You doubt it. No. I appreciate y'all being like, we want to hear that, but trust me, no, you don't. No. Oh my god. Gonna make you wonder why you. Well, and that was the other thing that I was like, because I was choosing between doing Hard Times or Brick by Brick, because I felt like that is true. That one I don't know well enough to just like to do karaoke with. Because both Hard Times and Brick by Brick have sections in it that you can kind of like get some like crowd like participation with. So I was like, that way I can at least sort of like not be so up on my own. And that's a threat. No, Miss Charlotte's a good singer. But yeah, as I said, for what it is worth, the crowd at Sizzles was like nice. You know, they did not tar and feather me and chase me out of town. I didn't get the crook like stage hook, but I was disappointed because I was feeling a little brave and I thought I would do better than I was going to, and I didn't expect to be like amazing, but I was also like, I'll be straight up, I didn't think I was gonna be that bad. Rosie's like, hey, you hear me sing all the time, Rosie. What happened? What, the Big Smith would only sing off screen? Is Big Smith not a mod? He should be. He has not been relieved of his mod duties, at least. Huh. That is weird. Okay, let me take a look at that, because I did not specifically do anything. How? Yeah, you're... Okay, hold on a second. That is weird. Okay. So I can invite, but I think that'll make you... Okay, 1 second. Hold on. Thank you, Rosie. Very helpful. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that was what happened. And again, he didn't get timed out for doing anything wrong. It was because he had commented something that he had like included information he didn't mean to, and that was the only way that I knew how to like just delete it. So don't get too excited. Big Smith did not commit a crime. Although that's so annoying, I have to type out your full fucking username to like add you. Okay, there you go. Guess who's back? Back again. Big Smith's back as a moderator. Are you there yelling at? No. Big Smith doesn't yell at the animals. He is a gentle soul. Okay. It's not that long. Well, if he ever shows up to stream and his username is just Big Smith, then you'll know that he has achieved ultimate Smithdom. Alright, I feel like we are reaching a point where I could stop. But also, well, in the ultimate year, I'm sorry. Also, for what it's worth, it is kind of hard to tell, like, on my end, what is going to be, like, loud. Because some of the stuff that I know you've reacted to, Corey, is, like, I would also argue that perhaps it is because you still have delicate little eardrums that are not as broke up as our old eardrums are. Yeah, okay. Let us maybe... You are a good just mod, for the most part. Because you have headphones in? I mean, I assume other people, like, are listening with headphones as opposed to just, like... But, as I said, I'm not too sure what the difference is, because, like, I generally do try to be like, you know, if I know I'm gonna make like a really gross sound or something, I will try to mute it. But also, like, if Fern barks, there's not much I can do, like, unless she does it and then does it again. You know what I mean? Unlimited power. I told you. He had his modship removed on a technicality and not on purpose, so do with that as you will. Yeah. Well, then again, I generally try to mute myself if I like sneeze or like cough or something. Sometimes if I burp, but usually not, because that's just part of the show. Well, if you're gonna be like that, you have to pay extra. I didn't get the little king symbol in here. And I'm like, because I'm at that point again where I'm like, I feel like I could fit it into like somewhere up here or like over top. But I also don't know if it's like getting too busy. Only because Lucha's not here. For barking. Well, for better or worse, Fern can't read. So, and generally I'm not relaying that sort of information to my beautiful, perfect dog. She's curled up very nice and polite beside my desk right now, so I have actually, please clap, because yesterday I actually stayed up late and folded all 3 of my laundry loads from like last week. The only thing remaining is like a few things that I need to hang up in my closet, and my friend is just laying on them, so yeah, you comfortable? Never. It's almost always Frank. Oh. That's because she's a good girl. She's a fan favorite. What can I say? I don't know. I feel like it's very pink up on top, and I feel like it needs to be pink further down, but also... Because, like, how... I don't think I can pull my camera far enough, but let's try. Oh, you can see, like, her butt there. Burp, burp. You call a woman dog? Well, usually I call people dog in a gender non-specific way, so... I think we are at a point where I could send this to the customer and be like, what do you think? Because I don't know. Very mysterious. I admittedly don't love that. I wouldn't like automatically be like a dungeon, but usually I would be like, if I don't know the gender of an animal, I'll say they, which is kind of my default for like interacting with anybody who's a gender I do not know. Guess what? Are we gonna work on? Yeah, as I said, I would just probably default to saying like, what's their name? Or I'll say, who's this? Who dat? Who dat? IGGY. I don't know. I am also the sort of person, though, who says sorry to inanimate objects if I crash into them walking around, so. Also, I feel like we already had this conversation about how I have a real problem with the fact that Ash from Pokemon, after all this time, calls his Pikachu it. It's like, Ash? I swear to God. Well, there you go. So you're like, so I will gender my inanimate objects, but if it's your dog, no can do. I feel like I also am just like, I want to be like as aware and like respectful as possible with pronouns, so I guess it's just like, that's my blanket approach to everything. Well, okay, that's different. No. I know, but just like, you know, even the thing if it was like, oh, well, Pikachu doesn't have a gender, it's like, cool. Why doesn't he refer to them as them then? The dude is pronouns. But he is very strong, apparently. Alright. We are gonna work on some inks. Oh my god. Look at those legs. He has been electrocuted 100 times. This is true. Oh, Rosie, what are we doing? Oh my god, what just happened? Sorry, Rosie just added in 23 panels to this document, apparently. True. I know, but I would say that that is sort of the responsibility of, like, when you translate or like localize something, of being like, you know, calling something it has a certain like connotation to it. I feel worse for like Team Rocket. They are definitely like not doing great. I don't disagree with that. Again, it's more like making these comments in a more like modern context, because I might be wrong, but as far as I know, he still calls Pikachu it. Like even in like the series that's going on now. Justice for Pikachu. They chew. It's not good, but I stand by it. Yeah, Jesse and James are just immortal at this point, apparently. I mean, I find it very, very funny. I feel like One Piece got some very... I'm not even like specifically a huge Pikachu fan. I just like... From the point of view of a character that has been around for a long time, and like the trainer should know them. They should, or I should be able to know like that about them. Sure. I don't know, honestly, even when like I had a fish tank and stuff like that, I would sort of like assign genders to them if it wasn't obvious, just for like storytelling purposes. Oh, Charlotte, you are dunking on my pun. I stand by it. Okay, so... and already I am going to make a change here. So, our character, Lainey, described Lainey alone in utter darkness, sitting cross-legged on the ground, dressed like fucking Doctor Strange. And I kind of like his little like floaty pose here, so I kind of want to like have her doing something a little bit more like that. This is like an imagination sequence, so we can kind of do whatever the heck we feel like. It's true. It is important in a friendship or other relationship to have one person to make a dad joke and one person who is literally ready to kill the person if they make another goddamn dad joke. I feel like that could be like that thing of like, so which one of you is the dad joke? Oh, are you having problems? Got 99 problems, and the stream might be one. Yeah, fuck that work. I'm a good role model for children. So yes, I am just laughing a little bit because I know I kind of mentioned that like I will sometimes rework panels or like page layouts, and literally I'm like, okay, let's start some links or some line art. Immediately redraws the very first panel. Ugh. That's fun. I mean, I will say that there's something to be said for the motivation of having people come over to your space and you're like, I don't want them to see my like, damn bitch, you live like this state. My god, you always have an SAT, Jesus Christ. Let the record show that I am neither endorsing or encouraging such a thing. Too bad I wasn't Sonic. What things? just know she has to have a real big friggin'... Yes, you might have to live vicariously, Big Smith. Need to give her a big friggin' collar. Sorry, I was trying to remember the word for it. I appreciate that fire will just pop in if it's like weed mentioned. Only to make a remark that sounds somewhat judgmental, but yeah, he didn't like being a cool guy. I'm joking. I'm joking. You couldn't be a cool guy and not smoke weed or do any drugs. Also, you would almost like die every time you smoked. I'm speaking of everyone. In fact, sometimes doing drugs makes you less cool. I will say that, depending on the person. Ooh, self-burn. Those are rare. So I disagree with you on Jack Peralta, but I still appreciate the quote. It's true, Big Smith is cool, and he very much does not do drugs, so... Brother was always fighting for his life. For what it's worth, at least it was usually when you were with friends who would make sure you were doing good. Sorry, I want to make a joke that is inappropriate for public joking. Yeah, no, well, and like I've said this before, and I know that this might sound like kind of being like dunking on someone for not being like having a fully developed frontal lobe, but I do genuinely believe that like I did not do anything like that until I was like older than 25, and I think that that was a good idea because it, even if it is not like dangerous per se, it can affect your development if you are still like growing into an adult. But yeah, I can understand that. That's kind of like if you want to go hang out with people and everyone else is like, we're gonna get drunk, and you're like, okay, I guess I'm like babysitting them. You know, that is not always going to be fun. Or like if you feel like you want to join in just like the social aspect and being like, kind of feel like you're being left out by people, that's not fun. Oh, you know what? Fuck those guys, Corey. I know that we say stuff like that, but like honestly, fuck those guys. That sucks. And even if you were being a little bit goofy or something like that, like whatever, man. Yeah. Well, and I will say that, like, I guess I have, like, some friends that are, like, more people that I would hang out with in a party sense, but a lot of my friends are, like, also people that's, like, I could hang out with the next day when we're hungover, or, like, just kind of, like, that not every hangout has to be something that has, like, you know, doing substances of whatever sort of kind. So I think that is good to be able to be like, we can do that together and we can also not do that together. And either way is like fun. But also, yeah, again, it's one of those things that, like, if it is definitely not something you have to do. You never have to do any of that stuff. So, you are gonna be the best judge of your own sort of like how you feel in a moment. And it's okay if you're like, you know what, I did try that once, and I probably am not gonna do it again because it wasn't for me. That's okay. And if you're like, I don't want to try it because I already know it's not for me, then that's also okay. Yeah. Yeah. There's gonna be a dramatic sword fight when Big Smith comes. Have I ever been smashed? Yes. I feel like I have not had any too terrible experiences while being, like, drunk or whatever, but I have had experiences that were enough that I was like, I feel like I could have seen this being, like, a more dramatic situation, and it wasn't, so I'm gonna kind of try and, like, learn from that, and hopefully not have a more traumatic circumstance in the future. Yes, didn't you try to, like, start some shit? There you go. You're like, I prefer to live a toxin-free life, apart from beating people's ass in Marvel Rivals. Also, did you eat anything, Corey? I'm like, I feel like... Of course. I do find it funny that, like, when you go out to, like, the, like, Byward Market here in Ottawa, and, like, if you go to, like, any of the, like, kind of event venues in the market, I feel like almost every time I go, you see some, like, yeehaw guys that they're just, like, wearing cowboy hats and stuff like that, and I'm like, it's fine, it's just interesting because, I feel like you don't see a lot of that just ambiently around here, so it's just like, it's party time when you see the yeehaw boys. Albertans, possibly. I mean, you can wear a cowboy hat even if you're not Albertan, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I had a weird experience where Justice and I were going to, like, a show of one of his friends or something. Yeah, one of his bandmates who was in another band. And, wow, sorry. So his bandmates, their other band that they play in is a yeehaw band, which is very funny to me. But I'm like, you know what? As long as you're having fun, it's all good. Just because that is a little bit different from what they do in the band that Justice is in. And we went there, and just, like, going in was such, like, a weird vibe to me because there was, like, so many people wearing cowboy hats and everything, and I was like, I do not belong here. But there was one older guy that I was like, I think we were calling him, like, the wizard or something like that, because he was, like, in the front row, and I feel like he was wearing, like, all black, but, like, Did he have a cowboy hat on, or was it something else? Uh, he was just having a really good time, and he had a very like distinct, dramatic outfit and stuff. And we're like, you know what? I'm here for the Yeehaw Wizard. Uh, and apparently he was somebody who comes out like that Justice had seen at other shows. So like he just kind of likes to go out to like local events, and I'm like, that's cool. I like that. I'm just, no, not really. I will say that there are some country music, like musicians that I like, but overall it is not my preferred genre. I feel like I jive more with like older, like country music, where it's like more, kind of like blue collar, working class unity kind of stuff, versus like the stuff that is around since I've been alive. Outlaw country. Well, as I said, or like Southern Gothic is like, I feel like I've learned a few different like song slash musicians from like listening to those playlists that are largely kind of like spooky, atmospheric, folky, because I like folk music as a genre. Not yet. That is a very good point, Dylan. That just reminds me of the South Park episode. Yeah, no, because I really like folk music, and I guess I would describe it more as like folk indie. But I would argue that folk, yes, I agree. Or one of my favorite bands, which is First Aid Club. They're very folky, and they have a few songs that are definitely more like kind of like yeehaw leaning, but I like them because I like their music in general. Yeah. Wait, is that not what I said? First Aid Kit? I know who Orville Peck is, but I don't know that I have listened to any of their music. I know. Sorry, I'm saying they. Do they go by like a First Aid Club? Oh, that's because another band I like is called Slow Club, and I used to listen to them at the same time a lot. My bad. First Aid Kit, Billy Ray, like I was gonna say Billy Ray Johnson. Billy Ray Johnson. I mean, there might be a country singer named that. Billy Ray Cyrus. Because I will say that is not one that really appeals to me. Okay. Well, admittedly, I also haven't listened to like, is it Nas? Who did Old Town Road? That I know as being somebody who is very queer and very black and like just generally a very outspoken, cool, creative kind of person. But I do know that, yes. That is how that was my backwards math of being like, what's his last name? Also, here's a question for y'all, maybe more so for the oldie fogies. Would you consider Bruce Springsteen to be country, or at least country adjacent? Heartland rock? Okay. Because I would say that he definitely does the sort of, like, he does that sort of, like, working class hero kind of stuff. So, connecting it in that way, but that is fair. Which is country-esque. You're too young. I have kind of had although I've been getting an education in Bruce Springsteen because, my boyfriend's mom is like the biggest Springsteen fan. Like, she is obsessed. So yes, I think it is cute. Because honestly, and I guess this is kind of like lore dumping about my boyfriend's family, but like, so his mom is super big into Bruce Springsteen. Like, her license plate is a vanity plate that is like Born to Run, I think. And then his sister is like a huge Taylor Swift fan, and like kind of that level of fandom. So I'm like, that's cute. It runs in the family of being just like a big cute dork about the musicians you like. You forgot I had a boyfriend. My boyfriend? Clearly I don't talk about him enough. Although to be fair, he doesn't come to stream very much anymore, so I feel like a lady waiting on the cliff for her husband to return from the war and or sea. Stream date. Yeah. No, it's okay. I can / should do things that don't involve him. And if he does pop in, then it's nice and we can say hi, but yeah, no. We had a conversation a while ago because I was like, you didn't come and say I look cute on stream. And he's like, I tell you look cute all the time. I'm like, I know, but you didn't tell me I look cute on stream. So we had a bit of a conversation. My boyfriend. It's true. I mean, I feel like he would not come and like be on like video or like on the stream itself outside of like being in chat, which is okay. But again, I feel like, yeah, he's in a band. That you being local could possibly check them out sometime. I'm like, I mean, I guess I like shares like his Instagram and stuff elsewhere, but that like you could look up what band he's in. I don't know if that's too like, ew. Sorry. I'm not sure if you were here last stream, Corey, when we were talking about Amazon river dolphins, and that's what that makes me think of, and I hate those guys. Yes, alright. Fire's like, I'll tell you. Yeah, he's in a band that does kind of like elder emo pop punk / kind of like 90s Canadiana, kind of like, when I say that, like tragically hip kind of stuff. Yeah. And yes, you were here last time, Joker, were you not? Were you not here for the rant about how I friggin' hate dolphins? Thank you, Miss Charlotte. I also think they're a good band. It was one of those things where like, why? Oh no. Do I have to talk about why dolphins suck? We did it last time and I was fired up, but I'm like, I don't want to think about how dolphins fucking suck. They are sex perverts and just kind of, I know that we aren't supposed to say that any animal is like evil, but like they're kind of like evil alignment, I'm gonna say. So yeah, that's okay. Well, if you ever do need to check out a band, yeah, no, it's been fun because like I've come out to pretty much like all of their shows that they've done, except for if I was like out of town or whatever. But like they do a decent amount of shows at like the Dom and like House of Targ, and they've done stuff at Club 27. So they are out there doing stuff, and yes. But yes, because when we first kind of started talking, and he did mention that he was like a singer in a band, and I was like, okay, because that's sort of one of those things that you're like, I am going to reserve my judgment for now. And like, yeah, it is so loud though. Also, their pierogies are good, but I got some pierogies one time because I hadn't had dinner, and it was very awkward eating pierogies while there was like a show going on. Even if there's like tables and stuff there, I was still like, I feel weird. But so I actually like, I kind of like looked up like halfway there's like like their social media stuff, but I didn't get up the I didn't get up the courage to actually like listen to their music until we'd been going out for like a few months, because I was so like, what if I listen to it and it's really bad, or like I don't like it, you know what I mean? And I was like, it's a big risk. I gotta be ready to like emotionally process it. So when I finally did listen to it, and I was like, oh, you know, I quite like them, and like I like his singing voice in the context of like their music and stuff. So then I was like, cool, that's nice, because it would have sucked if I didn't like it. Trying New Year's Eve. I have not been to House of Targ for something like that. What mouth expression I wanted to have here. Disco night? That's so weird. Did you come with me to House of Targ? That's the one that's like in the basement. It has like all the arcade machines. Hold on, I'm trying to think. Poor Boy. Yeah, well, we just went for dinner. That wasn't like a show though. Although I realize every meal with me is dinner and a show. But yeah. Have you come to one of Justice's shows with me, Fire? No, okay. Then yeah, it was Poor Boy that we went to. Which is another just like little hole in the wall bar. That's kind of like a classic Ottawa bar. Someday you can come to one of his shows. What kind of show? I mean, I'm always exciting and dramatic, so, you know. Yeah, you should check it out. Admittedly, Poor Boy is like a small, like pub, but they do a lot of like, I think basically like every weeknight they have like a thing that they're doing. Like they do like pub trivia and stuff like that like once a week. So, yeah. Admittedly, they only have a few options of like things that I can eat there, so I haven't gone that many times, but it's a cute little place. There's also a place in Ottawa called the Lieutenant's Pump that is apparently like the be-all and end-all, like busiest bar in Ottawa, and I have not been there. But also there's a place, oh my god, what is it called? It's called like Happy Fish or something like that, but all the kids love going to this bar that like doesn't look like it would be like branded for like school, like university kids. So it's always funny to like drive by on Elgin Street and see Lieutenant's Pub if it's overrated. Yeah. But it's very red inside. Okay. I want to go to the Manx. Just because it looks like it's in a kind of cool building. It's like an basement one again. Or we went to, where did we go? Sorry, I'm trying to remember because it's like a venue that certain times / like certain nights of the week it's called one thing, and then like the rest of the week is called something else. Very cornery. Oh, like very small, you mean? That I can believe that. The place I'm thinking of is called City at Night, when like on the weekends, but we went not on the weekend. And it was like a cool little like it was a cool little like venue, again like basement. But like I was definitely kind of like, it had a kind of like apothecary sort of theme to it, which like, you know, I'm all for. But I feel like it didn't really go with the rest of, do I know about Bat Day? I don't. I am not like the biggest like Disney person, so I feel like anything that is like too fandom related, I probably don't know about it. Also, I've never been to Disney World or Disneyland because growing up I mean, I still have 3 siblings, but growing up, I was one of 4 children, and my parents could not afford to take 4 children to Disney World, so not to like drag my parents on Maine or anything. I'm just saying it matter of factly. But yes, what is bad day? Just give me back for a second. Excuse me, goodness. Can't just leave me hanging. I mean, I could Google what bad day is, but I expect that you know, and you want to tell me, Joker. That day is just a day for God. Okay, that's kind of what I was assuming. But did I know specifically about it? Honestly, I have some Disney adults that I follow on Instagram, not because they're Disney adults, but just because I like follow them for their fashion and stuff, and they happen to also be people who like to go to Disney World and shit. So I feel like they are people who have probably like talked about that because they're like gother alternative. I will admit that from a character design point of view, I do like the oh my god, what do they call it? It's where like people will dress up in the theme of a character without actually being like in costume of a character, because you're not allowed to do that at the parks. Disney Bound, is that what it's called when they do like Disney Bound outfits? I think that is cool. Because again, I like it from a character design point of view of like doing outfits or like figuring out items that could be like, this is like this. What's the dress code? Wizard. I mean, do you want me to encourage you to wear some more alternative outfits, Sir Big Smith? Because normally there isn't a dress code to come visit me, but if you would like a suggestion, I can put the pressure on you. Miss Charlotte, please wear some clothes around Big Smith. He is a big, gentle, innocent one. Yes. Yes. What up? You're like, I will just defeat him in a sword duel. It's past 8, I know. Well, I started late today, so I said I was going to 9. So, I appreciate the reminder, but we're okay for now. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe Big Smith wants to come to Ottawa and hoe it up. And you know what? I would support you. That being said, I support anyone who is traveling to a different city and wants to hoe it up, so doubt. I'm shocked. Well, not that shocked. then I guess you could be a hoe in jeans and t-shirt. It's really more about the like attitude of it. Homeless and dead. I will say that that was something that was nice when I went to the like vampire rave. That like obviously, you know, the lady type people were dressed up on theme, but also like because you couldn't go without without an outfit that was on theme. So, sorry, but like just seeing the amount of like guy folks who were like actually dressed up in something interesting, I was like, good for them. That must be fun. That they actually get to like wear an outfit that is not just, you know. Well, like, again, just kind of more like goth stuff, or like, depending on how like vampy people wanted to like lean into that. But like, if you came in like a goth kind of outfit, you were probably good. So, like one of my friends who came along with us, who is a boy type person, had like a like mesh or like a mesh like fishnet kind of like t-shirt style thing on with like tighter pleathery kind of pants, and then he wore like a long like black duster kind of like cardigan, and that was like pretty on theme. So, and yes, I am just a repeat bemoaner of the thing of being like, sometimes it seems like dressing as like in like the dude uniform is kind of sucky, because it's like, what if you wanted to like have an accessory, or you wanted to like, you know, doing anything that's not just like very very basic, suddenly it's like, oh well, why are you doing that? It's like, I don't know, man, maybe I just wanted to wear some fucking clothes. Like I know, but don't you want to like get dressed up kind of nice without being like, I am wearing a suit, this is my fashion look, you know what I mean? You're like, I didn't dress myself, who did this? No need to plan. Okay, but like, what if you wanted to and you didn't want to have some like people in public or whatever make you feel weird or bad for like wanting to like actually like wear something? Don't make me talk about the patriarchy, Big Smith. Yeah. I mean, that's like very doable. I know. And again, which is like, okay. I'm not saying that like, oh, you're not allowed to do that, but more just a thing of like, you know, if you are dressing in a feminine way, you can be like, you know, do I want to wear like a skirt? Do I want to wear a dress? Do I want to wear pants? Do I want to wear shorts? Do I want to blah blah blah, you know, any like combination of things. But like, if you're a guy, even like, you know, even like wearing shorts is kind of like, you know, it might be like, well, I don't know, those are kind of short, kind of showing a lot of thigh. Or a kilt. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, like statement jackets or like interesting jackets are not inexpensive, but it also depends on like where you're getting them from and like how many you need, because you can just sort of like collect them as you go. I believe that, Miss Charlotte. Nah, mostly it's like, you know, I feel like this sort of loops back to talking about like somebody who is, you know, short for a man being like comfortable in his skin, and how that's like, I feel like that's, and I know, sorry to drag you men over 6 feet in the chat, but like to me that's kind of more attractive than a man who's like over 6 foot and like very confident in himself, because I'm like, you had to like go through some like emotional processing, like, you know, or like you probably like got bullied for being shorter, or like blah blah blah, and like you still are at a point where you're like, you know what, I like myself, I can't really do anything about this, and there's nothing inherently wrong with me not meeting this certain like cultural thing for being attractive. So in a sort of similar way, like I feel like seeing men who you can tell dress in a way that is like they have an interest in fashion, and they like are not so swayed by being like, oh, is somebody gonna think I'm like gay if I do this? Like, you know what I mean? I think that that is very attractive. Honestly, just like any like guy who has been able to sort of overcome the sort of toxic masculine conditioning that is inherent in like the West, I'm like, that's hot. You're short and you're adorable. It's true. You did win Cutest Baby Award on whatever stream we looked at the baby pictures. I don't know. I think a lot of people, like a lot of guys, could rock like a kilt, but also I would say like you could also rock like other stuff that's not necessarily a kilt, you know? Just being like, what if you thought something was cool and you're like, I want to wear that. Also, I feel like it should surprise nobody that I'm like turn-ons defies the status gender quo. Just because you're tall and lazy. Maybe. I don't mind a mullet. I'm sorry. I feel like they're making a comeback. Red jeans. Big Smith, live your red jean dreams. He's like, I didn't do it in like a slutty way. I did it in a respectful, uniform way. That's funny. I like that. Did he pull it off? Yeah, exactly. I find that I have certain things as well in like a physical way that sort of does that initial screening process as well. Although some of my things that some people might be like, oh, that's kind of alternative and scary. Sometimes people are like, oh, that's alternative and scary, and I'm like, go away. I don't know. I will say that being a confident, tall lady person is a good way to sort of like filter out some of the nonsense that might try to bother you. People like trees, yes. Well, that's okay. You don't have to be attractive to everybody. But if you are attractive to the people that you are interested in being attractive to, then that's kind of that's the big thing. Intimidating lady. Well, and like, to be fair, as a taller lady person, it's not just a thing of like, you know, oh, dudes who are shorter than me being like spooked or like, you know, too intimidated by me. Like, I feel like I've gotten that from people taller than me too. And I'm like, yeah, that's some weak ass shit, I'm sorry. I might not have said that at the time, but that is my general opinion now, that I'm like, you're a weak stock, you will not survive the winter. Sitting cross-legged isn't a way to draw, but I gotta do it because I committed. I mean, my boyfriend is he is maybe my height, but he is, especially if we go out and I'm wearing like my boots or anything like that, I'm definitely like visibly taller than him, so yes. To answer your question. Also, sorry, that was almost like a phlegmy cough as well as a he is a little guy. He's a short king. That would be a very big jacket, but that also does not surprise me, Big Smith. Also, I appreciate that it's like Big Smith is just over there being like, ah, big jacket. I have not. A, because they're expensive, and B, because I have been a little baby from the point of view of being like, if I actually got like proper goth boots, I would be like well over 6 feet and then some. All the time. What you thinking about? Big jackets. Whoopsie. But I have definitely shopped longingly online for big goth boots, I will not lie. Like another issue that I found with them is like, and Miss Charlotte, you might be able to relate, is that the sizing for like big goth boots, sometimes like these shoe sizes don't go that big. So it's like, I don't have gigantic feet, but I do not have like size 6 or 7 feet, so aw. I believe in this bar of success for you, Big Smith. Honestly, same thing with like trying, and I realize it might be like, ew, buying like shoes from like a secondhand store, but sometimes they're cute and vintage, and you are never going to find something that's like, if you find something bigger than like a size 5 in like vintage shoes, you're like, wow, what a big-footed person. Too bad it still won't fit. Yeah. I don't know if that looks right, but I kinda don't care. Yeah, well, and like, I'm also somebody who I feel like with like footwear, if I am like uncomfortable in like wearing a pair of shoes or like whatever, that can be something that can like really like drain my like sensory battery, if that makes sense, where it's like when that battery runs out because the shoes were too uncomfortable, I'm just like, I cannot do anything, I must go home. So generally I am reluctant to get new styles of shoes in case they are not comfortable to just like amble around in for like an entire day. I mean, I do have a pair like that that are quite cute, but they're just like heel boots, and those are a pair that I'm like, I think they're very, very cute, but I definitely have gotten like run out the aforementioned sensory battery wearing them when I was like not close to home, and I was like, this is the worst thing ever. But yes, it can be challenging, but the ones that I have are like they kind of have like a tie on them, like a string thingy that you would like adjust the tightness on it, so you can like pull it up over your knee and then you can like tighten it on top. I cannot speak to ones that are like more just like uniform tightness all the way up. But I mean, if you're in the market for some, you should just find an aesthetic style you like, Joker, and go from there, I guess. I say after being like, no uncomfy shoes. Or they'll usually have like zippers or something on them, so yes. Why do I feel like I fucked up this leg? God damn. Yeah, I have like, you know, wanted to get like a pair of Doc Market? You know what I mean. But I'm always like, I'm just a baby. I don't have any money. I know. Lucho's off having exciting Lucho adventures. Lucho. We need to get on the horn. And by the horn, I mean that yodeling mountain horn. Do I know what you mean? Yes. I mean, unless you also want some dark markings. They are like not the craziest expensive boot, but they're a little expensive. Sorry, I feel like I have fucked this up. Lucho. Light the beacon of Lucho. I forget what we were doing on stream that day, but I have actually been like, because as I said, was it when we were like early days working on the goth ramen lady, possibly? But then I went into his Instagram and I was like, Lucho, everyone's wondering where you are. And then he we have to say his name into a mirror a certain number of times. Goth ramen lady? Yeah, Joker, were you not around for that? I was working on it so goddamn long. Hold on a second, I can pull it up if you were not. I thought you were around when I was working on that, but maybe not. Yes, well then today is a good day for you. Goth ramen lady. Oh, right, it's in my 2024 folder, because that's how long I was working on it. I think. You weren't around for that at all? I know. It was a whole thing, and then it was like even more of a whole thing because it took so much longer than I thought it was going to. Shocking. Oh, her. Yes. Does that ring a bell? I mean, if you aren't wearing jeans on the bottom, Dennis. There we go. Okay. See? I wasn't crazy in being like, weren't you here? Like, if you wear, like, I was gonna say, like, dress pants, I guess, or, like, if something, like, kind of, like, a shinier sort of material with chinos. Hold on, what does a chino look like? I feel like I know, but I am just drawing a blank right now. Chino pants. Yeah, that's like a khaki, right? I feel like you could, yeah. I would maybe say, because there's some here that are kind of like colors, like kind of like army green or like orangey or whatever. I feel like that would look nicer if I was like picking on an outfit. I would probably go for something like that. But I am admittedly, and I know this is probably shocking, I'm not a big khaki person. But yes, as I said, I feel like because especially if you're working with like a dark denim jacket, you have some wiggle room for being like kind of like, okay, we don't want to do more jean on the bottom, but you can play around with like color options and stuff. You could do red jeans, or if you did a jean that wasn't like a super Canadian tuxedos, when you do jeans on top and the bottom, so like a jean jacket and like jean pants. I was gonna say also, if you did a pair of jeans that was like softer texture, and the jacket was like a coarser texture, I feel like you could do that and like combine it, because then it's like you don't want to do something that like same color, and like same like chunkiness of jean, if that makes sense. I was gonna say you could do corduroy pants. Do boys wear corduroy pants? Red plaid pants? I mean, you could. Not wrong. Red plaid everything. Okay. Never mind. Disregard Fyra's advice. Or don't. It's a free country. I know, I want a pair, I want like a harvest orange like corduroy skirt so bad. Why haven't I gotten one? I don't know, shut up. Denim for the outside. Sorry, I assume you mean for like when you go outside, but my brain definitely interpreted that as like, as opposed to wearing it like inside, like in your guts. I mean, as soon as you incorporate plaid into an outfit, I feel like it's not a far step to go to make it kind of like Sex Pistols punk looking. You could lean into your punk rock energy there, Fyra. Although maybe, I mean, I guess a full like plaid outfit could be punk rock if you got the right attitude. Do you have any like pins on it, Dennis? Because like if you have a jean jacket especially and you aren't putting like enamel pins on it, what are you doing? Yeah, there you go. That is true. You gotta do it. Do you guys want to see my bisexual jacket with my pins on it? Throw Jen off my game? Oh no, Big Smith, please don't do something experimental and fun with your hair color. I would hate that. Don't do that. Every 10 cent on pinch. I gotta do everything around here. I'm just one guy. Hold on a second. Oh, Rosie, are you comfortable? Oy, oy, oy. Oh, Rosie, my Rosie. Admittedly, I don't know how easily we will be able to see the pins, but hold on. I need more merch. I'm just one guy. Honestly, I just like never know like what to like when I made the Rosie shirts, I felt like that was when I did the design, I was like, this feels like a Google on a shirt. But like outside of that, I'm never quite sure to be like, what would be interesting to other people and not just me. So this is my bisexual jacket, and you can see that I have been somewhat reserved with the amount of pins that I put on it. Okay, so here's, and I'll see if I can remember. So I think this one was like by Bianca Zuniz, and it's a little can of beer, and it says booze on it. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to be like, can you focus, please? Focus on this. Look at it. Camera, please. I'm begging you. Okay, well, an attempt was made. Then I have a little jackalope button. And you'll also notice that like all of the buttons on here are black and metallic, or black and white. Again, I'm sorry, the camera is being annoying and not letting me actually focus, but you can kind of see there's a jackalope. Then there's a little cat with like a crescent moon on it. I feel like that's something that I'm good at, is like making themes. Then this one is one that says Poltergeist Sanctuary Project. Holding it closer doesn't make it focus, but I'm trying anyways. And then I have a little cat with a skull, and it says dead men don't catcall. So write that down. Yeah, the project one, there was like a selection of them. So I think there was like a werewolf themed one and like a vamp themed one, and like obviously I had to go with the poltergeist one. And then lastly there's a little cat, and he's flipping you the bird. Yeah, just me trying to, as it makes a loud clanking sound. Put it on, get to see the bisexual jacket. Except I do feel like with my hair, it kind of like covers up the pins a little bit, which is unfortunate, or it gets stuck in it. And I have another jean jacket that is unfortunate because I got it was like a pair of pins that was like two skeleton hands going like this. So you have to have one on each lapel, and one of them fell off. So now it's just, but it's like it's a sad and broken. Yeah, this is like, I think this is actually a jacket that I might have dyed in my bathtub with a bunch of other clothes that weren't dark enough. So it's like a dark blue, but it's kind of like a desaturated, like charcoal-y navy. But yes. And I mean, right now I'm just wearing like kind of like yoga pants, so but I feel like if I wore like black jeans, or I'd wear like leggings, but I guess guys don't really get to wear black leggings, so, but you could if you really wanted to, you know, because I feel like that would be sort of like a go-to for me if I was like wanting to wear like a jean jacket. But I admittedly don't wear them super often, because if it's like, yeah, I know that's very like basic millennial white girl shit, but at least I don't have any Uggs. Yeah, as I said, I feel like if you have different colors and or different like coarseness of jean, you can still combine them, and it's more sort of a thing of like you know, when people do like very blue denim and very blue denim like top and bottom, so it's very like, oh my goodness. But if you are going at darker colors, then it's not quite so obvious that you might be jeans on top, jeans on the bottom. God. There you go, Big Smith has spoken. I don't know, and again, like, men, just like have fun. Pick out an outfit that you're like, you know, if I was in high school, would this get me teased? Maybe, but I think it's cool. I think it's fun, so I'm gonna wear it. Like a kind of like old-timey detective kind of thing? I don't know, maybe now timey detectives also have that, but that's what I'm thinking of. I will say that I am like a sucker for like that sort of like belted thing. Like, I would definitely get one of those like thigh purse kind of things. Oh, I guess I should switch back to the drawing screen. I do like a holster. Is it a holster if it doesn't have a gun in it? Can you holster something else? Can you holster the homies close? I'm sorry. I mean, I guess you couldn't see that it was like a wallet. Because on one hand, it's like, you know, I think it'd be pretty easy to be like, yeah, there's not a gun in here. But also you maybe don't want it to be obvious that it is a holster for your wallet. Socks and shorts. That's very, like... Okay, and if this is the wrong word, I'm very sorry. I feel like that's very, like, cholo kind of look. Yeah, no, you're right, dude. Goodbye, Big Smith. Be free. Am I crazy? Is that not what it's called? Okay, later, Dennis. Hopefully these jean jacket suggestions have helped you. Again, I don't know if this is like weird to say. Are you Latino, Joker? Because I feel like I didn't know that. It's okay if you don't want to specify or you aren't. But I don't think I knew that. Cholo fig to the gumball machines. Dennis, I don't know what you're talking about, but I appreciate you. I didn't know that, Joker. Again, it doesn't specifically matter, I guess, but still cool to know. Also, you can get with Corey and Lucho and be like, represent. That's why you're Joker. Is Joker specifically like a character that like Mexican Batman fans are into? I mean, I feel like just like everybody likes Joker. I like Joker, but I don't like him in everything, is my thing. No, you're like... Just a joke. Well, that is your name. Homies were plastic figs and gumball machines, that's the name. Why would you want a plastic fig? What do you do with a plastic fig? Am I imagining the wrong thing? Collect them? Okay. I am gonna say, I don't know if we have those up here. Maybe we do, and I just was never a cool enough kid to collect plastic figs. Okay, thank you, Miss Charlotte. That's the information I needed. That makes more sense. I don't know, there's like some weird shit you could get out of like gumball machines that I would be like, sure. I don't know if you remember, oh my god, what were they called? Were they called Funny Bones? But they were like these little ugly figures that were like just heads, and there was like a whole bunch of them that you could collect, and you would get them out of like machines. I'm not cool. I don't know about all the different figs you can have or not have. Also, some people really like figs. So it could have been a thing of like, yeah, we just love figs here. And you can like, there's like toys you can collect of them. Are figs the ones that you could get a wasp in it? Because the wasps pollinate it and then die inside. Because that would be a cool fig to collect. Okay, well now I'm gonna look up what... I don't know. As I said, I've gotten like some weird toys and stuff out of like little like machines like that over the years. So likely there is some that I've never heard of or that we don't have up here. Well, now I know. Honestly, the thing that I would usually get if there was like those sorts of machines at an arena or like at the theater, I was at the like time for peak millennium angel and devil girl like sticker merch, and they always had those machines places where you went, so I would always like get like a hot girl sticker because I was definitely that sort of a child. Actually, I think I put one of the ones that I got on like my flute case. I don't even know why. It's not even like a super like specifically cool one, but I myself am not a specifically cool one, I guess. And hold on, I'm gonna Google the homie figs because now I want to know. Oh, thank you. Homie figs. Okay, I think I can pretty confidently say I've not seen these before. They're just little guys. They're just little guys. Some of them, this one is kind of scaring me. Why does he look like that? Hold on. Look at this guy. What's up with him? Why is he looking at me like that? I like this guy though. It's just like, what? Sometimes it do be like that. Other Canadians, have you seen these? Do we have these up here? I'm just gonna quickly see if there's... Oh my god. I don't think that this one counts as... Oh no, it does say homies on it. I feel like you wouldn't get this one out of a machine. She's a little weird lady. These are very interesting and amusing to me. Oh man, this guy has seen some shit. Oh my goodness. This guy got fucked up. But yes, I think he's my favorite. It's your uncle, the one whose face got chewed on by presumably a child? Or the... There you go. As I said, I genuinely have never seen this before, so I was being like kind of dumb, but not like completely dumb. I mean, I was wondering if it was that one or the Thank you for enlightening me about just a bunch of little guys. Also, I'm sorry, Joker. I'm bad at sometimes detecting. Because I don't want to, like, if somebody makes a remark and I'm like, haha, very funny, and they're like, I wasn't joking, then I'm like, oh no. So I apologize if my radar for that is not always spot on. For what it's worth, I'm kind of spectrum, so. I know. Well, I'm calling them little guys. Because they are little guys. Also, none of the Canadians have chimed in to tell me if I have just, like, been unaware of these and we have them up here, or if it's like, no, you're justified in not knowing what they are, because we do not have them up here. What? Can you get a little homie out of a gumball machine in Canada? Also, I appreciate Fire's just like, I'm at work doing actual things. It's like, excuse you. This is very important. Okay. Oh, wow. Also, you were saying, did you guys get hit with another ice storm? Slash, are we getting an ice storm up here again? Because when I'm on stream, I'll just like go out at the end and be like, oh, look at that. The weather is completely different than when I started. But it's been melting. I'm melting. $18 oh my god. That's, well. I mean, to be fair, because I don't have a car I have to like clean off, or I don't have to like shovel a driveway, so like generally if I'm like, oh no, it's so snowy out, or like it's so rainy out, I'm just like, haha, lays down, take a nap. So I personally like kind of miserable weather, but probably the weather that would make me go, would be like, I don't like it when it's really, really sunny in the afternoons, because I'm like, with my, like, how my apartment is laid out, I just have like basically like one big wall of windows in the other room, so when the sun's coming in, it's so bright, and like, I don't know. I love a gray day. I have to work downtown tomorrow morning. That's not great. So I find that of the weather that actually makes me grumpy. I don't like it when it's like really bright and sunny. Oh. Would you, could you, on the train? Would you, could you, in the rain? Sticking to my heritage of not liking sun. Which part of my heritage doesn't like the sun? Fire. Of course you would. Scotland? Because I am very almost Scottish. I mean, historically / genetically I am, but I'm not like... I thought you meant because I'm a vampire, that I, of course I would like gray, miserable days. Like when we get to the classic part of the stream. have some like classical piano music going on, like we're fancy guys. I have 10 minutes. You killed the stream. How could you? Am I back? Am I back? No. I'm back. Back again. Yeah, my internet just blipped for a second there. I got 10 minutes left. Also, Fyra, were you planning on streaming at 9? Or how are you feeling? Not gonna lie, this one panel that literally only has a character in it, and no background or anything else, has taken me slightly longer than I hoped it would, but what you gonna do? You outie, Joker? Have a good night, dude, and I'll see you on Friday if you pop by. Also, I will say that, like, I feel like I've kind of had the higher end of viewers, just looking at, like, your account right now. It's not like what time am I ending? I was gonna go till 9. But when were you thinking you might start? Because I feel like I have like momentum right now that I could go longer, but my food just got here. Because I could probably go till like 9:30 and get some more of this page done. But yeah, sorry, my comment was just gonna be that I'm like, I wonder if starting at like 5 is a little bit better of a time window. But then if I do that, I know that I'm like, because I already kind of do this for like starting at 4 o'clock, that I'm like, I kind of don't get my day going until like afternoon, because I'm like, well, I don't have to really be at my computer till 4 o'clock, which I know is not the best mentality. He's still going. Guess who's back? Back again. Back from his back. Tell your friends. Oh, you're the puppy princess. Hello, baby. Come here, sweetie. Hello. Guess he's back. Back again. Mr. Puppy, how are you? Did you have a good nap on the laundry? Yeah. Did you have a good nap on the clean laundry? She's like, you didn't put it away. It's fair game. Where do you want to go? You want to go mail it? No, she's like, put me up. Over now. Cutie patootie. You are pressing things. I'm sorry. I know it's hard to be like,
Hello, you get the kisses.
being like, she's the MVP every time, but like, have you seen her?
Want to pet that dog?
I mean, honestly, same. Also, Miss Charlotte, as for your question about crashing next week here, I am open to it. I suppose it is more a question of, do you want to be in the rosy zone? Because that certainly has been a thing lately, and I feel kind of like a disgusting monster for it. But also, have you guys? I mean, to be fair, the most unideal pet bathroom thing already happened while you were sleeping over that one time, so.
Hello, friend. Am I getting the kisses? Am I getting the kisses? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, so many kisses. Oh, baby. Oh, puppy. Let's make that up on that side. Let's make that. She's a good girl. Can you give me that?
Yeah, no. Well, and I have put out a second litter box that we're still kind of like getting used to, but it would be lovely if that solved the problems I've been having, because yeah, I was gonna say, you guys I guess haven't gotten more air mattress or whatever. I guess I was also talking about that, but I also have not.
Hey, Miss Wayne.
Not yet, okay. Yeah, that's something that I should like look into at like Canadian Tire or something, just to be like, I don't know how much like a single sleeper kind of air mattress would be, but like if it is worthwhile to be like, watch for it to go on sale or something, because it would be useful to have.
Kisses from a little puppy.
No, you don't have to do that, Pyra. I mean, if you really wanted to, but between, I at least have you and Miss Charlotte, who I feel like, you know, if you sleep over, I would prefer you to not have to like sleep on the couch or whatever. So it would be a good thing for me to have. Honestly, like I wish I could get like a love seat size pull-out couch, but that is not really a thing. I don't know. I guess I could also like consider like switching to like a futon type couch, because then maybe I would have like more like small space options. I just feel like I have a way of feeling about like futons that I'm like, oh, that doesn't look good. Also, I guess, Fire, do you not need your air mattress like in other places? Or is it like mostly like when you go out of town and like visit us here? I am quite certain it is Rosie, yes. We are trying. She has been tried for her crimes and we're in the process of rehabilitation. You just use it when, okay. I mean, if you want to leave it here, I will not protest too hard. But I also don't want you to feel like you have to, because like, you know, air mattresses are not like $5 things to get. We still gotta draw her cape. Oh my god. I'm sure. I don't know, maybe you're going and sleeping over at other people's houses. I don't know. What do you do in your exciting Fyra life? But does he need an air mattress is the important question. Going to the club. I guess. I think I saw y'all organizing that in the group chat and I was like... That's right, because Fyra is in the group chat with my family. That's how you know he's my bruv. Oh, I mean, fucking lol, but also, oh. I was watching a video. I don't know if this was sent from family group chat or like I just saw it while endlessly scrolling reels. But it was like a compilation of like capybara clips. And one of the clips, the guy was like brushing it or whatever, and it was like so into it that it just kind of like zoned out and rolled off the ledge of like the little like counter or like table thing that it was on, and I actually like yelled because I was like, no, because he rolled and he fell into like, there was like water, like shallow water in the enclosure below where he was getting the brushies, so he fell into water and he was wet, and I was like, no. He just wanted the brushies. I assume that the capybara didn't actually mind, but he looked quite shocked in the moment. Honestly, it's funny when you're just like browsing videos and stuff like that of the things that you can watch, and you're like, I feel like logically I'm having a haha reaction, but I'm not actually like reacting. And then sometimes I'll just like come across a video like that where I'm like, I just reflex loudly, like out loud, react to it. That was the one apparently. There was another one that I kind of want to show y'all now because it's fucking hilarious, and I actually like laughed when I saw it. Capybaras are good guys. They're everyone's buddy. Hey people. Well, we're talking about capybaras, if you would like to think about that instead. What is a cabiomorph? Alright, I assume that we have started to get the storm because Justice just texted me, why is there snow outside? We have a chinchilla. I know, we've talked about the curmudgeonly Winston. I don't like that. And bananas are radioactive. bananas also don't have that much difference DNA wise to humans, so think about that. Everything is frozen now. I will go and look out the window in a bit. You are, yes. Are you curmudgeonly? Would you describe yourself that way? Yeah. I mean, we are in, well, now we're officially in April, but like, this always happens in Canada. Like, this always happens where we're like, oh, winter's over, and it's like, haha, you thought, motherfucker. You don't know this word, curmudgeonly? Usually you would say like an old person who is like grumpy or crotchety is curmudgeonly. I don't really like that shape. Alright. Can I show you guys the dog video that made me like cackle yesterday? Yes, you may. I thought you said if you must. I was like, thanks. Too bad. I'll show you anyways. Oh god, am I gonna have to go back through my group chat of reels where we send a million fucking things? 1 second, let me find it. After I finish her cloak, because I'm good and I'm not getting distracted, actually. Wait for it. Oh, also, Fyra, I might not be in your stream right at the beginning because I do need to make myself a din-din, but I will join after that. I mean, I'll join when I'm raiding, but then I am going to need to make some food, and I will return after that. Just as a heads up. Oh yeah, are you drawing the prefab house you were talking about? Boring stuff. When have I said that drawing environments and like buildings is boring, Fyra? It does this. We're just chilling. I'll take my free communism house, thank you very much. Yeah, for real. It's like, you don't have to tell it to me, I was already interested. Sorry, I'm just looking for the video.
Hi. This is
And 12 days to Halloween. Oh my god. Okay, this video is actually really short, but it's all good. That looks very ominous. Oh, give me a baby girl. Alright, are you guys ready for this?
Y'all ready for this?
As I said, that little, the starting image looks very scary. Alright, I'm gonna play. It's like 2 seconds long.
This is a little too much whipped cream for me.
I'm sorry. I know that seems mean. Just like, because I wasn't expecting it. So I was like, and for what it's worth, I imagine the dog still licked it, so.
Too much whipped cream for me.
Oh my god. He's still got some whipped cream. You'd never share some whipped cream direct to his face. Oh man. I thought it was a little longer than that. It felt longer when I watched it the first time, but not at high velocity. Next level cheese. No, it's not. Nothing is worse than the person telling the dog to go away. I don't like that one. He does, it's true. Also, random question, but how come you guys named Winston? Also, I always have to double, like, second guess myself because our friend Alyssa has a cat named Watson. So I always have to be like, hold on. Right, Winston's the chinchilla, Watson's the cat. That was his name, okay. Because I was like, is there like a character in like a Jane Austen book that is like that? Because I wouldn't know, but was he already too long in the tooth to give him a different name? Oh, how old was he when you guys brought him home? Four or five? Okay. I am just very not like experienced with rodent type pets, so I don't know a lot of stuff about it. Of like name, like word retention or like kind of brain development milestones for them. Sure. Well, because isn't he like, is he older than 10 at this point, or is he not quite there yet? Tell us about your chinchilla. I am asking because I am now curious. Closer to 20, yeah. Some chinchilla. Chinchilla math is very chaotic, but it makes sense eventually. we're talking about chinchillas. How many years old are you in chinchilla math? More like womp womp. Yeah. I'd be careful though, as you need in 2012. Okay. I think Miss Charlotte is currently mathing out. Or maybe you're not. I read that as you were mathing out, kind of like how old is a chinchilla in chinchilla years versus like human years. I may have misunderstood that you were just being like, when did we get to? No, literally is okay. That's okay. Just like, honestly, sometimes I'll be like, when I try to remember like a date that something happened, my brain will like click over to be like, this happened in like, instead of like 2012, I'll be like 2022, and then I'm like, wait, that does not make any sense. That is valid. Don't pull the brain damage card on me, Charlotte. You're not wrong. You're like, come on. I have to have some benefits from getting a concussion and having brain damage. Got better. Yeah, no, if you've like honestly comparing like you to like a year, like especially like 2 years ago, I feel like you have made such like a big progress in just like your stamina and like physical like stuff that you can just do and not have to like really think about it. So it is definitely noticeable. You cat, and you dance. Some context of sharing other people's business. Yeah, Miss Charlotte had a concussion a few years ago that she basically needed like a cane to walk and like would just get like exhausted really fast. So yeah, her being at the point that she is a pretty big deal in terms of just like recovering from that. Because the first few years that I knew you, you were definitely like very low bandwidth a lot of the time. Nice. She can even operate a motor vehicle now and has been getting a lot of practice in. You're like, now when I'm a hermit, it's by choice. That is true. Isn't it kind of
weird how since you met me, you started physically recovering from brain damage. It's funny because usually it's the opposite. Got him. And by them I mean myself. Yeah. Are you thinking about, like, since I moved out, you mean? Just because I feel like when I was living on the Quebec side, that was not really super easy to get to for, like, any of y'all in Ottawa. Especially with you not driving at that point. Because also that means that, like, the progress that you've made is in, like, an even shorter timeline. Because I was thinking back to, like, you know, when I was still living at the house. Yes, okay. Well, I am glad for that. Well, and honestly, probably just, you know, obviously, I'm not a doctor, I don't fucking know, but, like, just this sort of thing, of you going out and, like, kind of having to, like, problem solve or just, like, sort of navigate situations was probably helpful for you just, like, as a brain exercise. So, you know, if anything, just knowing that you could have, like, a rest stop somewhere along the way between home and, like, downtown might have just made getting out and having those, like, brain exercises that much easier. So, you know, yeah. That you're like, interacting with you was good for me, and I'm like, does not compute. No, I am glad. As I said, I have noticed a huge difference in just, like, your physicality and, like, overall, like, energy and mood and stuff like that. So yeah, being able to help it all means a lot. I will also admit, you know, being too real on Maine, but, like, obviously going through the time of moving out and, like, kind of dealing with my separation and all that stuff was, like, you know, not a great time. I was pretty sad. But also comparing that to before I was, like, had started getting, like, treatment for my ADHD and, like, depression and stuff like that, like, even going through, like, kind of the thing that I had considered to be the worst possible situation I could have been in, I wasn't at the level that I was when I was, like, in the major depressive episodes that I did. So the fact that I was able to sort of, like, even if I was not specifically doing anything, that I could be sort of like a peaceful energy for somebody else, I feel like that is a pretty big deal for me as well. Because, let's be real, I have not felt like I could really be that for other people. Because I have felt so in turmoil myself, you know? Mental illness is whack, y'all. So. Also, not rushing you, Fyra, but how are you doing? I am seeing that it's like 25 after, so if you feel like you are getting to the point that you are gonna go live, then I can wrap up at 30 after. And if not, well then maybe I'll keep going for now. Oh no. Like battery or like for reals? Sorry, Jen. No, it was good. And I think also just like having more like regular visits with like a friend was helpful. Did they do like an update or something, Fyra? Because that is definitely annoying. Also, I bought some more hair dye and I want to kind of like dye my hair tonight, but I'm also like, it's like, you know, 9:30 and I also need to make dinner, so I suppose I will wait until tomorrow. Just red. I just wanted to refresh it. I did get like a slightly less dark red than I think I did the last time, so we will see how that is. But I expect it will not look that different. I just like, I don't think you can really like see it too badly. But I have like probably like this much roots. Honestly, like the staying power of the dye I've been using is kind of whack. Just because in the past I've definitely like stuck with like Manic Panic and stuff like that. And red is notoriously annoying for fading fast, but being difficult to lift if you want to remove it. And this one, I mean, I haven't tried to remove the dye that I'm using, but it is definitely like, there has been very, very minimal fading with this dye, so it's like, okay. Yeah. Also, I feel like now we like legit need to peer pressure Big Smith into like doing something with his hair. And not just because I want to see what my friends look like with different colored hair. No. He has hurt our intentions, now it will never happen. Honestly, just like how much hair you have, Miss Charlotte, is an undertaking. Because like your hair is quite a bit longer than mine, and I feel like dyeing my hair, I can do it in like 40 minutes to put it in and let it sit for X amount of time, and then a million years for rinsing it out, especially with red. So the idea of putting like dye or something like that and as evenly as possible on hair as long as yours seems like quite a task. Although I guess if you have a spare set of hands to assist and do like the back of your head and stuff, that might make it a little easier. But yeah. I don't know. I find dyeing your hair, like, when I dye my hair, it is kind of like a zen thing to do. Like, I enjoy it. But it's more like, I enjoy it for, like, the first, like, 20 minutes, half an hour. And then I'm like, I'm tired. I want someone else to finish it. But there's no one else, and I have to do it, because I have to do everything. Okay. Do you use like purple shampoo at all? And sorry, Fyra, are you good to go? Like, should we say bye-bye here and go into raid mode? Raid mode. You could help. You could. But then I have to wait that long. Already left. Okay, well, jeez. Okay. In that case, I will, as I said, I might do it tomorrow, but I will see how I feel, if I can hold out. Connor, we're finishing, what the hell? Hi, how are you doing? Corey was asking after you. Breakers. I know, I'm going late today. But yes, I am about to hop off. Because I was going to go till like 9:30, and then I was going to drop y'all off at Uncle Fyra's stream. So, which I will be hanging out in once I make my dinner. It's 2 a.m. Oh my god. That's kind of late. Do you have like commitments in the morning? What happened this way? Maybe I'm walking. Aw, thank you, Connie. At Fyra's stream. Yes, I feel like made some decent progress. It could have been more, but it could have been less. So you know what? Let's look at it that way. And I did this, and debating if I'll probably send it off to the editor on it and see what he thinks. But yes, yeah. Thank you for hanging out. I mean, Connor, if you want to go hang out on Fyra's stream, because Corey might also go there. Yes, you could do that. But yeah, okay. I need to make dinner. And I might catch y'all in a little bit over there. You're welcome, Nico. Thanks for... Also, Nico, you came back from your session. Sorry. I knew that you went away. And I don't know if I registered when you were like, hello, I'm back. So I apologize. But, yeah. You did remember through me. You made it. Well, I'm glad. Okay, let's move it along. Let me see if I'm gonna go to the next stream, and I'm gonna see if I can raid from Streamlabs, but I admittedly haven't done it before, so I'm scared. Okay, alright. Away. Goodbye. Here comes the skeletons, hopefully.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skull will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight. Spooky, scary skeletons speak with such a screech. You'll shake and shudder in surprise when you hear these zombies shriek. We're so sorry, skeletons, you're so misunderstood. You only want to socialize, but I don't think we should. Cause spooky, scary skeletons shout startling, shrilly screams. They'll sneak from their sarcophagus and just won't leave you be. Spooky, scary, 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 spooky, scary.